check. Okay. Alright, well, it's been a while, hasn't it? About 3 days or so. Now we return to Final Fantasy XIV. Last we left off, we've boarded the Ragnarok. Let's sailed across the expanse, arriving here at our destination. A place where we can only call Ultima Thule. Alright. I believe I've already read through all this dialogue, but let's give everything a quick glance over. Now it was here, or aboard the ship that Meteon ambushed us, and Thancred being the only one left standing at the time, probably fought back, but he is now missing. And thus it falls upon us to find him. A strange new world awaits us. Try as he might, Alphino can find no sign of Thancred. We're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely, I suspect, given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that. We must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good as a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Is this a landing gear? I wonder. Oh, that is a negative. Stellar Dragons. This place looks like it used to house something. Everything's melted now. These remains have long since turned to ash, and yet they retain their form. And what this black sludge is. I see no one else in this barren waste, do you? Well, that is extremely rude. Why do I feel like we're not alone? Like there's another presence with us. Something dark and mournful. What was this, I wonder? There's a structure here in front of me, yes? A tower of some sort. Partially melted? In a strange twist of fate, it seems our perception of this place is not so different as it would be elsewhere. The world as I used to see it, it feels as though I am dreaming while awake. This is more than the faded memory Meteor led us to believe. Inspired Stinian anyway. Ruins. But of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. Perhaps a star exploded. The metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Rather, it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction, often wrought in the heat of battle. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design of the top suggests it is man-made. Those builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If anchor is here, I'll never know it. From what I can tell, we're near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Were you able to find anything? as I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which, unfortunately, isn't very far. But I can't help but suspect that someone, or something, is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. I felt it too when I was near that thing. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Do you not see the dragon standing right there? Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found only more questions when we are in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's port side we've yet to explore. Let's try searching there then. You feel it too, do you not? So then, a word before we join the others. What is going on here? You see them too, don't you? Dragons. As I thought. Their presence is tenuous at best, but there is no mistaking it. No doubt the bond of Midgard's Zorn and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on the Aetheris? Better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Look there, Are those ghosts, do you think? My sight may have been restored after a fashion, but I fear what I see cannot be trusted. It's as if Meteon herself has etched these images upon my heart. I doubt not that such a feat is within her power, given that she constructed this sanctuary herself. Surely mine eyes deceive me. This cannot be possible. Dragons. 'Tis true they are not of our world, but to find them in a prison of despair. It seems these dragons have yet to succumb completely to the darkness of this place, meaning the others should see them as well.
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send. I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteon holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
His will was strong enough to reshape ultimate rule that we might survive, but I might see again. His sacrifice must not be wasted. I understand now why the Lords were surprised to find that this environment could sustain life. Very but for Thancred's sacrifice. He can't really be gone, can he? Meteon herself said his soul persists, that he is the reason we're still breathing. If so, then maybe. Maybe. My aim was true. I had her. How are we to defeat an enemy we can't attack? It's hard to believe that Thancred was able to overcome Meteon's will, yet here we are. Would that the price for his victory had not been so high. Despite Meteon's words, Irianche cannot accept his comrade is gone. Soul without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the First. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, is true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in his sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Meteon. Estinian, Sylvain, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I will ask the rest of you to survey these surrounds. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well. We can reconvene here when everyone has finished. Meteon said these dragons are shadow and shade. From a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, we're not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation. So please, be careful. Let's split up and gather what knowledge we may. Thou art unlike the others. This place ill befits thee. Do not tarry overlong. Who are you? The telling of my tale alters not its course. If thou knowest my brethren once ruled this sky. will our kingdom return? Shall I boast that I was first among our hunters? Will the comrades I've failed live again? Nay, once I lived, and now I await becoming oblivion, nothing more. What is this place? This is not our home. To our home did come the metal demons, who of life and joy guard it clean. These are mere bones, and among them do we rest our wings forevermore. Leave us now to our mourning, traveler. Thou wilt find no solace here. A visitor, not of this star. Could thy slender hands bring plague onto our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame. Oh, how we would adore thee, alas. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march unto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us, who crave not companionship, only silence. To dwell on the past yieldeth naught. Our desires meant little to our destiny, and less now. Yet regrets find me nevertheless. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied, we knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat. Never have we known such shame. Still now are the winds, though none could fill these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink to oblivion. Ere the metal came, my kin were many and splendid. Elegant worms like unto ripples on the water. Worms possessed of limbs so powerful as to rend the land in twain. Worms I have long since forgotten. Faces lost to the tides of time. Drink not the spring, tainted are its waters, and thy dainty form hath not the capacity to withstand it. Thou wouldst bid me speak. Folly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar. Only watch, and wait, and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Knoll, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will. I shall remain. Hey, Kyoji. Welcome. How fare you today? I believe it's fairly into the morning. You're most excellent. That is great to hear. Still feeling a bit chilly, but good nonetheless. Then you and I share the same experience. The rains have not ceased since beginning of the week. It's fairly cold, even for somewhere as close as the equator. It is a nice change of weather, considering that it's usually hot all year round. This chill is most welcome. They let you hear as well, did they? It was described to me the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground. Or was. I've seen similar on the theories. Midgard Zorm's kind must once have lived and thrived in a place such as this. Risha said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Thank you for the follow, Kurosawa Ruby. And welcome to the stream, Yoshi. It's fairly early in the morning right now. Is it not? Time to see if your laptop can run Twitch and Final Fantasy at the same time. It cannot. Yeah, it's morning for you. And if I were to guess, it's sometime around... 10 in the morning or so? I see. Something's off by 1 hour, I guess. So it's not too early. Not too early. but still fairly early in the day. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what has happened here. Yo, what is that squishy noise? Inside a shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. A murky liquid has pooled inside this eggshell. The noxious feeder is indicative of contamination. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. Alright, I'm head out so I don't get any spoilers. Perhaps for the best. That would be for the best, because I believe this is most likely the end area, the end zone. Though, fortunately for you, nothing too major of a spoiler lurks in the short time that you've spent here. So I bid you farewell for now. Other than dead dragon babies, unfortunately. A grisly sight. I'll see you again later. Perhaps when you need to run roulettes. This egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonet within succeeded in hatching. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonet was indeed hatched, there is no sign of a hare, or its sire, for that matter. We should look further. You start with the cliff tops, and I'll search the plains. Malformed dragon. The boisterous howling hath been quiet. By thy hand, I presume. Everything all right? I thought I heard a dragon, or something resembling one. Ah, I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs within Armnor are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. 'Twas a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet, when they looked upon the prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away the shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. In pure soil replete with ether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds. Our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survived to hatch emerge as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are, many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars are home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait. You claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. Test of will. The bereaved dragon has fallen silent, leaving Estinian to sigh with frustration. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we have learned. Come. Good to see you made it back in one piece. The more I see of this place, the more bewildering it becomes. Did your exploration prove eventful? Converse with any dragons? We will hear what the other dragons had to share with you, even if it's no different from what we told Iriange. It would have value. With luck, we'll have learned something to help us devise a plan of action. I chanced to gain audience with several dragons ere we returned, though I expect their tales are much the same as those you heard. We were able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons. I see. We wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Sylvain, Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating around. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us somewhere? Elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me, all on my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked developers to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I figured it too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteon told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key. I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest and bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is, we've no way forward. At present, if it is indeed emotions that govern this island, perhaps it's not Meteons, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict, and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on the island to advance. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that's the case, what recourse do we have? We are not like to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is built on the history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the right answer. Meteon meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Banker's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. 'Twas Ultima Thule's architect, Meteon herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. For I marked no leader among them, as such. I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair, far more potent than most. Potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for others. and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, the tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying heart. But mayhap one of you will fare better. Then I shall guide thee. I'll end, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
So, waiting to die like all the others, are you? So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind. Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back! The emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
No! Not Estinian too!
There's a wind. He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
Must this always be the price paid for safe passage? If I had known this place would claim Estinian too, No, it's what had to be done. As by the beating of mighty winds doth wind blow, where dragons may ne'er again touch the sky, he and the shade he bore shall soar free. The wind has stayed the fog that covered this land, and the air, it no longer feels quite so stifling. Look there, the wind. This is Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. Forgive me, Sylvain, but could you go on ahead? I need a moment to gather my thoughts. A powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The other scions should arrive before long. He did it. He found a way forward for us. And that he did. The dragons remained trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Alphinaud, just like Thancred. Her sacrifices are why we can survive here, and why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, we're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alize is right. We must press on, for their sake. Though it pains me to say it, we can ill afford to stop and grieve our comrade's passing. No, there will be time enough after. We have to keep going, even if Estinian isn't here to see it. I'm sure Alphinaud wouldn't want to disappoint him. To feign bravery with bold words is a simple matter, but without strength of will to match, we're powerless against Dynamis. Not less than unshaken conviction suffice, which makes me question if I am up to the task. No choice have we but to march onwards, lest we squander their noble sacrifices. Roads paved, sacrifice. Alphinaud has regained his composure and is ready to proceed. As Yustola and Alize say, we must continue. Notice the change in our surroundings. Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it, then. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing in the sand. Sand. Sand everywhere. Ah. If not for the light emitted by these glyphs, I might as well overlooked. Might well have overlooked this monolith. Another seemingly barren world. Or mercy, the air is nowhere as stale. It's still quite dry, and the sand will no doubt prove bothersome in due time. If you were worried about my vision, you needn't be. I can still see quite well. Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, it would appear as ordinary stone. A curious script hath been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely. So we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Meteon claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. While life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. Fascinating as this script is, we'll glean naught from what we cannot decipher. What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seemed to bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. A ghostly figure awaits us. Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence. Oh, hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Ah, give me. I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. When the vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention, ear, I believe, was a pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable, given our present state. You are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it will be pronounced Kopfkoj. Yes, carved courage of the ear. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of ether or darkness, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then. That is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we here are ether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a slight number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the 5 senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I will have prepared 198,180,827. That is rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh, and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take for example the nervous system. It's well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for the sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word. It would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through the use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe a proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our abilities. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the ear, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the ear wandering the desert. The desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly, not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. Okay. Ostracon Trio. This makes for very lovely screenshots, if not for the very alien landscape that awaits us. They said there would be others, but I don't know what I was expecting. Something tells me we have different definitions of the word abode. The Isle of Dragons was shrouded in the silence of the dead, yet the stillness here doth suggest the ear are, by and large, merely sleeping. I should not be surprised their concept of a village is so different from ours, and yet more violet-colored crystals. I cannot place my finger on it, but there is something unsettling about them. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers, you will find, remain idle in their domiciles. For your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable, given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. While the others are not currently in a mortal state, rest assured they will not be object were you to disturb our respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. Even should they elect not to emerge, need but cast your thoughts to the crystals to communicate with the EA within. You cast your thoughts towards the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. You wish to speak. Very well. Wait a moment, if you would. Why seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment. I must remember. What form did I take when I last emerged? Despite my efforts, mine overtures have elicited no response from this crystal. I can assume its residents sleepeth most soundly, or so I hope. If I heard correctly, the ear within this crystal says it will emerge from within shortly. Do you suppose they will all appear as Coach does? A strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. I suppose there is a logic to creatures comprised of spiritual energy utilizing crystals as living spaces, but it is nevertheless surprising to see. Your inquiries yield satisfactory responses. I see. If they fail to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated ether now. Worry not, there are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. Flesh abandoned, Kafkuj languidly awaits his brethren's arrival. I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few here have awakened. Ah, there they are. May I introduce to you Lalak, Dudik, and Nenib. It has been too long, Kafkuj. I dare say Sarah 4 has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course, of course. Ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, Cockroach, have you already observed the requisite custom for travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form. Ah yes, so long has it been, it completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? Can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for an answer. Come now, Nini. The archives have long been frozen. Thus we subject ourselves to further dollar. Surely you can recall that much. Ah, of course. Food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh, as they are, must regularly replenish their ether. By contributing to their replenishment, we must communicate our friendly intention. That's right, that's right. We duly invite you to join us in the communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest ether. And speaking of feasting, I shall grab a snack and be right back. Alright, I have returned. How much ether would be adequate for your kind, I wonder? As I recall, there was a fine line between optimal satiation and violent sickness. Throughout the universe, but few races have completely shed their flesh as we have. As a result, we seldom receive visitors from other systems. Extreme differences can inhibit meaningful interactions, you see, and none more so than those which affect communication. Most entities, for example, cannot even comprehend our words. You are rare indeed in your ability to do so. You avail yourselves of dynamis, yes? It is an impressive application, even if it is ultimately pointless like all the rest. To think that I have forgotten what had come of the archives. How much of my essence has deteriorated since I last awake? Not that I'm averse to having my mind fade away in this manner. It isn't so unlike the natural degradation of one's flesh. How delightful. This looks like some form of summoning circle. If this is as I suspect, then this so-called feast. Actually, let's see it for ourselves. Fear not. We are not like to come to harm. If we are thus able to replenish their ether, the loss of vital sustenance isn't like to be the cause of their demise. Ether, they said. I can't help but feel a bit nervous. Judging by the construction of this facility, to seem the ear directly draw power and draw upon the ether. If we were told to stand wherever we like, this strikes me as less of a meal and more of a ritual. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you will take your place with your comrades, the space will be soon awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. You brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I had suspected, as meticulously as one might recreate the ear's home world, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact. The very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of a recreated emerald. However appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we could not absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether. Through your mouths, you say, all very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but to draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. For we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast. Rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Will you not favor us with an explanation? You flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charms, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the ear yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancements. By transcending all limitations, we believe we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible, such as land, to the intangible, such as labor, there exists myriad hindrances to our progress. The most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposal. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believe that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you will learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode. A place called Polgeia, 'Tis true that a lack of knowledge can beget fear. Therefore, in theory, by acquiring all knowledge, it may be possible to attain peace. But as Hydaelyn told us, all those peoples who attempted to free their worlds from life's woes met with failure, and the Ear are among them. As the presence here attests, the tale we are about to hear will not be a happy one. Like a master, Y'shtola seeketh the truth of creation. How will the truth of the Ear, who uncovered all only to desire the end, fall upon her ears? You may be intimately familiar with a problem, know it like the back of your hand, and be powerless to solve it. In the course of my struggles, I often been made keenly aware of this fact. I wonder, have the Ear never felt the same frustration? To define the laws of creation would have been no small feat, even for the Ear. Nay, having eternal life, and hence no sense of haste, would only have made it harder. Such tremendous drive for knowledge they once must have had, and I struggle to reconcile it with the listless beings before us. Whatever answers they found did not bring them happiness. A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Before we hear the climax of the Ear's tale, perhaps I should speak of. On second thought, it will only be a distraction. We'll talk more when the time is right. Where knowledge leads, something seems to be weighing on Urianger's mind. Ere we join the Ear, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Sylvain, Grahatia, may I trouble you for your assistance? Of course. My thanks. We shall head outside to the abode, if you will kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Urianger, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Elagea. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Go and assist Urianger with this mysterious task. We shall wait for you. There's naught but desert out there. What can Urianger wish to investigate? As long as Urianger explains himself to you, then I shall be satisfied. Do lend him an ear in my stead. spring, and a sizable one at that. I hadn't noticed it amidst the dunes. Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. 'Twas by pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established, here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in the twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are simulacra, we believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Hey Renryu. It's not sure what time is it over there, but I assume it's morning, so good morning and welcome to the stream. How are you? Meteon has taken their hearts unto herself. First time I get to hear your voice, I believe. You know, I think that might actually be true. Yeah, I tend to lurk in streams quite often, but I don't think I've have the pleasure of speaking to you, or although I believe Hishka has lurked in my streams once or twice, perhaps. So she knows what it sounds like. A few streams I make it and you're playing in silence. Ah, yeah, right. Yeah, there were a couple of streams. I believe I was playing sometime early in the morning in my part of the world, or it would be fairly late where you are. I'm inclined to agree. If Meteon can take the emotions of others as her own, I dare say she would be able to recreate them more faithfully than had she relied on any historical account. I wish logic. She must have visited them while they still lived, the dragons and Ie both. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption, consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Meteon perceiveth the emotion of those nearby as her own. A heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an entelechy. In the course of her starfaring journey, she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence. She would be powerless before their desire. Even as she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of dynamis. 'Tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meteon did unleash dynamis and ushered the dragons and Ie unto their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Many stars did she already find lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray, ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Ne'er again will I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I will remain true to my word. As for thee, let's consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well. And I can but beg thy forgiveness. Even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all that we've been through, I will only say this. Do what you must. Do what you must, and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado, let us go to join our comrades. Let us be off to Elegea.
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies.
Ah yes, the heat death of the universe.
Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed truth, I have ever believed. is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the Air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
I'm fine, Sylvain. Like I said, our quest doesn't end here. Never have I felt such emptiness. It's as if a part of me is gone. Victory. Lost. Rahatia regards his comrades in sullen silence. Are you all ready to continue on? Then let's make for wherever the light show. Ishola and Yurian should have opened the way for us. Certainly some interesting cutscenes in this game. Oh indeed. I would say that the quality of cutscenes definitely increased with each expansion. Another thing that gets better too is the voice acting. Like if you compare voice acting from this expansion to, let's say, maybe Heaven's Ward, you can see there is quite a noticeable difference in presentation. If that's a word for it. And so far, this expansion's story touches very much on existentialism. Judging by the direction, this should be the place. Some manner of a device. If our friends awakened it, then it should be safe to use. Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal, and no mistake. Let's see where it leads. What manner of place awaits us, I wonder. Seems very... This environment here is very reminiscent of elegant architecture. Amazing. Yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming of places, is it? You must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alpha know with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we've finished exploring. I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the isle, so I propose we research the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encounter, they will most certainly attack any who venture too close. So let us avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable. You see not the patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. Look, Sylvie, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, we are searching for the denizens of this star. Unknown life forms detected. Assigning generic label, interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. The planet? What? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated to yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you see. And what is it that you do here? We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and/or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons. But at least they seem to be forthright. I'll see what else I can learn from this fellow. If you could try speaking with the others. N0055. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munitions level satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Oh, I see an ether current over it. Measuring combat capabilities. Result negligible. Subject falls outside targeting parameters. Greetings, travelers. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the homeworld of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, Star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. The subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands, and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. Stigmables. Alright, well, let's go grab that ether current. You learn a few things. So did I. Ere we share our findings, however, I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. Finish surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There are portals like the one we used to get here. Those that worked only send us to isolated isles. But as was before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. Well, of yourselves, do you find anyone to speak with? So the Omicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands. And so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Urianger's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Urianger said this during our investigation before we joined you in Elegea. So that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly curious still, Varys. While the dragons and the air longed for death, the Omicrons longed for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find sources of the dormant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M032, first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. M032 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself I believe is worth investigating. What say you? Considering the Omicron's single-minded character, the lack of new orders does seem unusual. I agree that we should seek out their leader. Pointless exercise. What does that mean, I wonder? I wonder indeed. So, the console we seek lies on the far side of this isle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us all watch our steps as we make our way. Greetings, sir. Can you hear me? Say something if you can. Awaken. Activate. Password. Well, I tried. The glow suggested is still operational, but how are we to interact with? This appears to be of a console, but seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? You try touching, smacking, and attuning with the console, but there is no response. No luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough, but if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. According to the records I read in the future, it possessed a single weakness: lightning.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
Oh, but I am.
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this: why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Have at it.
Very well. Here I go.
Hey, Pencil Sniffer. How are we doing?
It worked!
Catboy discovers circuitry. Indeed, it did.
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you! Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The extended operations unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
I remember when we set Omega loose to deal with Shinra, an elegant weapon we once fought. And here we are now, visiting a recreation of its home world. I can only imagine how else these beings will surprise us. Though I never encountered Omega myself, in conceiving the means to send Crystal Tower to the First, we derived no small inspiration from its abilities. In the course of my research, I devoured every single piece of literature I could find on the being, hoping that the knowledge would prove useful here, at the edge of existence. Oh, give me one moment. Let's focus our search on the outpost. Elze and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time, in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, as you and Grahak observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let us begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Here we are. I see you twins are wasting no time with their inquiries. Let us begin observing the Omicrons. They're supposed to be standing by, so we should look for anything that aren't. that's a fast boy right there. The Omicron wanders about carelessly, as if lacking clear objective. An Omicron wandering aimlessly. Where? Aha, I see it. It's left the base. Let's follow it. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. Must have used the portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Ooh. Cars. Transformers. M17. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is a function of the device. To go to such lengths to sustain it. Is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves, like we did countless others. We conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of the dead world, and there is nothing forwards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprout leaves, produce seeds. Or does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way? And to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So I was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning Omicron. These are by no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions, not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavor to live, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Sylvain, one day when this adventure becomes part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioning it? Oh. Maybe in a footnote. You're not here so you can be in a story. Of course, why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be a... Nay. I should say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir, and understanding the nature of the emotions which bars our way. Alright, let's see. Okay, let's push through the next few quests before we end up in the finale, which I'll save for tomorrow. However, let me just... excuse myself for a bit first, and I am just gonna stretch a little, just so that I can stay awake. I'll be right back. Okay, I have returned. Hello world. Rahatia is ready to take the next step. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omicron. Ooh, evil cards. I've given them the short of it, if you would care to provide the full account. It appears the two of you have made a promising discovery. Gra says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good, because the units here were of no help. They all had the same thing to say about the extended operations unit, but there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, you have served to prove that it's all business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell me you learned something more useful. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership. Mayhaps even one of those that comprises it. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger. Much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, it could suggest that it has a connection to Sir. An inspired idea. I dare say it's worth a try. I had a feeling he'd be on board. This time he must allow me to do the honors. I'll stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part then, I will approach our suspect and divert his attention. During which time, Sylvain, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that, shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps that could only be our errant Omicron. Must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright. Alphano and I will stand by at the console. When it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend. Let's find this dark-plagued Omicron. It is you again. What is your query? You are the one who was observing the tree, are you not? Well, glad am I to find you again. I have a question for you, you see. About the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information. Very well. Raha has begun striking the Omicron. Soon LSA will strike the console with lightning. Observe M017 closely for anomalous behavior after LSA has cast her spell. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Okay. An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once to present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. If you will excuse me. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance. It is to confront the truth. While we spoke, a comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know. But before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well, our friends are at the console. Let us head there. If Nor is amiss with the other Omicrons, I dare to hope we have found that which prevents our advance. A little jolt works wonders, doesn't it? All that's left is to have his Omicron divulge the truth to us. This unit struggles to understand why the tree continues to grow despite being destined to die. Let us shed light on its doubts, that we may shine the way forward.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
Alright, gotta bounce, have fun. Thanks for the stream. Well, thank you for stopping by, Ranryu. I appreciate it, even though it was just for a short while. You have a good day ahead, and I'll see you next time, my friend.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? and stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent, for I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
You say it, I'll do it again. You say it, I'll do it. As many times as it takes.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will. If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Are you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unalike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end!
A crystalline path. He's paved it for us. We all leave so easily, as if it's nothing. How do you think we feel? The next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick that it'll just be and that'll be just a start. Fools, all of them. Fools. Forge ahead. Amidst the sadness of Alphinaud's countenance, there is a newfound determination. That crystalline path, Graha has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on for our friends and all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path's beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. I won't let it break me, don't you worry. I never have, and I never will. Look, Sylvain, the portal has opened. Will surely deliver us true. It must. Look up, Sylvain. It's as though the stars are being devoured by the dead sun. And that's where we're headed. Into the maw of darkness. Well, here is where the path begins, and ascends to dizzying heights. Let us make our way, one sure step at a time. Our friends got us this far, the courage, the strength, the wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. All I can hear is my footfalls, my heartbeat. So much quieter now. The fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are. They are, aren't they? Thank you, Scout and road ahead. You're still allowing Urianger to trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Raha would join in the discussion, or else chat with me and Alizé about the mission. Estinian would be at the rear, apart yet present. All the while, you would come and go, wherever you are needed, and together we would travel. The portal is barely visible from up here, Truly, we've come far. Much farther than that would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It's because we have known failure and frustration that we have learned and grown from them. The Heidelin has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now, I'll wake up in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive. I go about my day, relieved as fragments of that day, of that other life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? But none of it. No. No. I won't give up these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine. They are me. Rest assured I am fine, but thank you for your concern. For self, we can't afford to be too leisurely. Neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we are but a few steps away from journey's end. It will be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me. Don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us. For everyone. And while we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. Well, this is it. The end of the path, and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be great hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. In what we achieved, and how it changed us for the better. That's what we're fighting for, and dying for. As they did. Some structures up ahead. Still ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, forgive me if I wish for it all the same. And for you, most of all. Not that you of all people need it. It's just, of all the help you've given me, for once I want to be one to help you. Strange, isn't it? Our journey began so long ago on the carriage, on a boat. And now, it was just three of us. Now here at Journey's End, the three of us remain. All the recreated worlds we've seen, this one feels the most familiar. This is almost... normal? It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's definitely quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both counts. There is simply no one here. Meteor. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None lived to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. What if Meteon says... If what Meteon says is true, then what are we supposed to do? You think you've caught me? This form is barely a drop from the ocean that swells within the dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You are only still alive because of your comrades. They cannot protect you forever. Until they fade away, I'll satisfy myself with watching you try, and fail, to find a way out of this lifeless place. If there is no one here, then neither should there be emotion to bar our way. Yet Meteon seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? One way or another, we must find a way forward. Let us make a thorough search of the city. If Elzay is discouraged, she betrays no hint of it. Whatever Meteon may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. This is Necropolis, huh? There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. Hello? If anyone has heard you, they do not respond. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. The object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material, erected in place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there is no one left to explain, to tell the story. This place is reminiscent of a bar. Neither patron nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with a loose few sitting on the counter. Vessels for the beverages, in all likelihood. The venue bustling with activity until it was not. In the distance, you glimpse Alizé picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spy no signs of life. If anyone can hear me, say something. Your call echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. A rusty door. Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door. While the objects to the left could be boxes. The door is rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long, long time. Sylvain, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we'd take it to just beneath the dead sun. I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. What about you? Do you find anything of interest? I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left upon tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alpha now and compare what we've learned. It's definitely quiet here.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen?
Ah. Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alisaie and I can overcome their will.
Missed your parents out, keep you safe.
I know. I know. But if there is a chance this will work, then I would take it. For everyone, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even him. Why must he be the one? Why must he fight alone? More than a hero, he's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet...
Alisaie, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave him a new one. For instance, a path where he finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a Star of Promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Atheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger.
We rise, fall, and rise again. Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
let them all be safe. Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
Who might that be? In this city devoid of life, sense the presence of another. The sorrow of a thousand worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the men. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
Through tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made in ways we could never foresee.
Yet miracles do happen. So let us pray and will our friends home. I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Strong art thou, mortal.
Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Finished us indeed.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the
You must triumph.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful. I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I won't forsake our cause.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Atheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteor, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Come with us, Meteor.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
You're leaving?
Of course. The Encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerhead's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles? What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Of course you don't.
Oh, don't be that way.
My fervent hope that our ancient friends will find a new beginning. They and all their brethren who have returned to the ethereal sea. For that to come to pass, we must succeed. We must avert the final days and save Etheirys. To go and see all those places and more. MSQ has given you quite a task. Suffice to say, I should be glad to assist you. Once we've returned together triumphant, of course. For all the lives on those stars whose light hath been extinguished, for the ancients who went before us, I offer a solemn prayer. No need to explain, I have a rough idea of what happened while I was gone. was a strange feeling, as though I was struggling in a pitch-black sea. A powerful tide was trying to wash me away, one that churned with hatred and envy for life, and it was all I could do to swim against it. Then suddenly, I was here. It felt long and short at the same time, hazy as in a dream. Through it all, one thing was crystal clear. You fought with all your being to keep our hopes alive. I can't claim I fully understood the workings of this place, but in that moment, I felt I knew what I needed to do. I felt that it was the right time to offer up this life I owe, that I could risk it all on the wager that the rest of you would manage without me. How glad am I to see that I was right. As different and mysterious as the ancients may be, they were a people not unlike us. The first people to fall and feel pain, and the first to forced to find a way to rise again. From them we have come, and in our pain and suffering, we are connected. I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the path notwithstanding, he came to your aid in your moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and bid the final curtain call. And this is where we will end the stream for today. At Journey's End, we are once again reunited with our friends. And so, I shall see you again at a different time. Tomorrow calls, and dawn will greet us. Until then, take care of yourself, and we will meet again.